All right, guys, we're back. I think the mic is working. I think we're back in shape here. I'm so sorry about that. A full restart seemed to do it, though. This doesn't happen that often anymore, but you are bound to sometimes get technical difficulties, especially if you're a newbie motherfucker like me. So I'm so sorry. Let me just send the announce out to everybody that we are back on, and we'll roll again. Thank you so much for your for hanging out. I see you guys haven't gone far, so that's awesome. Lore, what up, Johnny? Nice to see you, man. You get me stoked about it, man. That's great. That's good stuff. Okay. Man, I was trying to install some new Stream Deck. What do you call software? It told it was just a small update, so I told it, yeah, sure, and like that may have actually caused inadvertently some of what's going on. So, might be down a Stream Deck today, but anyway, let's get rolling. We got the Bantus video back up. Let me pull it right here. Okay, and we set this to the window capture, and do Yerp. Aha. All right. Okay, without further ado, I give you Bantis, the history of Thoren's tragic Greythorn Empire. Or perhaps an exploration of the history.
For Bantus! For the king! For my brother. Cheers, Your Majesty. Good! Protect the king!
How's this now? You can hear me and it, right?
Edwin! Farewell! My beloved brother.
Alright, I think we're in business now.
Foolish mercy only brings rebellion and condemns people to nightmare.
How's the sound now, Chortea? Thank you.
Well, a poor failure who was driven from the throne died a pathetic.
Who's there?
All that matters is not who I am, but why you die.
I made that choice. My people will remember me for what I did for them.
No. They will only curse your incompetence for surviving under the new regime. Or you, a benevolent king, want to take revenge on the betrayers?
No, I can't.
Face your dark side. The hate, the anger, and the resentment. It's time to get back on track.
Bantus needs a new path.
Hope you enjoy what I left you. Kindness is easily forgotten, but fear lives on. It's time. Vengeance will be the best decoration for your new crown. Make them tremble in fear.
Kingship never truly dies. It is only reborn in fear. Pledge your life and swear your loyalty to the king. In return, I will grant you eternity. Wake up, Bantus. No. I shall call it the Court of Terror.
So, yes, Grez MVP, but also, you know, some could say that he forced a life on him that is worse than death, right? The life of the undead is not necessarily a desirable one, right? He didn't really give him much. Well, I guess he did have a choice, kind of, because he did end up making the choice himself. So I suppose it really isn't Grez's. But if anything, you're right, Grez is just MVP for getting him there to be able to make the choice. I suppose. He didn't really force it. I guess Thoren made that choice. So Grez just, you know, got the body there in time, is how it's explained in some of the other readings. They didn't really show it there per se, did they? Were you saying Grez is MVP here because you know the story, or because of what you saw in that particular video? I'm curious. Yeah, all right, that's fair. Let me pull up our boy. Yeah.
You're the only one who's never betrayed me. We will make them pay.
Oh, I'm already so spoiled by the stream deck. Not having it here is oh yeah, I mean, hey, I can't blame you. I mean, it's anyone who's been a leader in any capacity can really appreciate it. Here, installing the Stream Deck software should take like 2 seconds. And let me control the volume way better. I'm not sure why it's being all wonky, even. There we go. All right, we're good. Perfection. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so spoiled, man. It's so convenient. It makes it so much easier to like play a bunch of different audio stuff for you guys. And I haven't even gotten into what it can do for me visually, because we're going to be able to do a bunch of cool stuff visually, too. Yeah, here is my undying loyalty. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we've got... Also, let me move this. Oh, this is nice. I just set it up in a way where I can see it as like a up-down mixer. All right. So, let me bust out.
The day will come when we'll reclaim what was lost. The day will come when we'll reclaim what was lost. The day will.
That all you got? I guess it is.
The day will come when we'll reclaim what was lost.
That's, you know what that is, guys? That's us with the lore stories.
The day will come when we'll reclaim what was lost.
That's us in the character
The
lore
day
stories.
will come. We'll reclaim what was lost.
Okay. I shall now bust out the history book and do some Bantus background reading. Hey, Jose. On his channel really soon. It's been pushed back a number of times the last couple days just because they're releasing other stuff, but like other content. So sorry, the game is releasing other content, and he's had to keep up with that. But he sent me a thumbnail for it this morning, and I think it has a title as well. So any minute now, I'm not sure. He hasn't told me that it's out yet, so I think he usually releases around 2 videos a day, I think, and he's been hanging on to it for a couple days now. Like I said, we filmed it on Wednesday. So what's today? It's Saturday, yeah. So I would guess tonight. So probably, or maybe this morning for him. So like in another 6 hours or something. Because it is like the absolute middle of the night over there right now. But great question, and I'm glad you're interested. It's going to be really good. It is. It is really good. I know I was there. We covered so much stuff, man. It seemed to fly by. We covered a bunch of different topics of free-to-play playing in Journey that he kind of picked out beforehand, and I seriously thought it was about 20 minutes, but when we were done, maybe I would have guessed like 27 or something, and it was 52 minutes. So we moved quickly, you know, like none of it was slow at all. It was all on subject, all like, you know, we're joking, but not like off topic joke. Like we didn't ever go on tangents. Like it was just chock full of information. So I think people are really gonna like it. So yeah, I'm stoked about it coming out for sure, of course. And I will also, if you don't follow my Discord, here's a thing. Let me put the link here. It's in the description here too. But if you follow me on Discord, as soon as it drops, I will definitely send out an announcement about it, that it's out, because you know you're not the first to ask about it. Just the first one to do so on the stream. Let me link my Discord here really quick. In chat, I mean. Like I said, it's available in the description of all my videos these days. So there's that. But yeah, you know what, Jose? Something that he and I are talking about. First of all, yes, I think it would be great if I think he and I are going to do more content together because we get along real well. And I don't know, I haven't known him that long. Season introduced us. Season's my partner in Analytica. And Season and Vulcan have known each other for a long time. So, but he and I haven't known each other that long, but like I said, we get on really well, and I think we were able to do some really good, like the point of the episode was to look at the different, to point out the fact that there's not just one answer for people about content. And sorry, I know we're a little off topic from lore here. I promise I'll wrap it up here, guys. But there's not just one. You know, you don't want to. A lot of content creators will make content and be like, if you're free to play, this is what you should do. But he and I are both the kind of people that don't really see that as being, first of all, accurate, and secondly, helpful, because there's not just one answer for people for a lot of stuff. And being able to have another person there with you, and it just instantly creates a more well-rounded and healthy perspective of whatever subject it is you guys are discussing, because it keeps people aware of the fact that there's not just one answer, just by means of having two people there discussing ideas about it even. So, but that said, we also just professionally, I think, really hit it off and had a great rapport. So yeah, one thing that we are thinking of doing, actually, what I started to answer you with and then got on a different idea, is that he and I are talking about doing a round table with a couple more people, bring a few more people into it in a few weeks from now. I don't know when exactly, but that is a thing that I am almost certain is going to happen. So you'll at least get to have the two of us and some other people in the not too distant future. So yeah, you know what, Vintage? Me too. Me too, Kova. I've also been continuously checking just in case I missed it. No, but he sent me a picture of what the thumbnail's gonna be this morning, so it'll be out soon. You guys imagine if it wasn't true, if I was just like deranged, or even worse, if I was just like lying, like I don't know Volgan, this never happened. Oh man, anything for the views. He decides to scrap it all together, and it looks like I made it up. But yeah, I just paid. So that's my Discord there, and then as soon as it is out, I will let everybody know that it's out, because I'm as eager as you guys. Okay, back to Bantus. So yeah, I'm gonna hit you with some of the wows from. I know, right? Wouldn't it? Let me hit you with some knowledge from the big ol' history book, and then we'll maybe do some AFK Arena bits of reading. But first, I'm gonna hit you with the history book's knowledge. Did he? That'd be cool. That's good. That's good. He probably did. He's certainly mentioned me in a few videos, so. Oof, 1 second. Okay. Danger is fully prepared. let's do this thing. All right. Find the page. You're the only one who's never betrayed me. Here we go. Okay. Oh, yeah, and here let's talk about a bit about Quatum and the Eldritch Council too while we're at it. Okay, so yeah, I'll back up even before Thoren for just a second. I've talked about this some on the lore forums, but Quatum was a real bad dude as a human mage who did some awful things and then was made to be the leader of his city-state. There were a bunch of city-states. I think there were 12. There was at least 12. And this is all humans before the time of the light bearers, right? So now remember, the light bearers are what we call human society these days, but that's simply because the light bearer temple became the most powerful and took everything over the way that, you know, the light bearer temple is like Catholicism or something, kind of. It's not a one-to-one, but that's just to give you an idea of like a quick reference for what the deal is. So it's like if we called all humans Catholics, kind of. So it just became a term for that. That's like why we talk about them as a faction like that. Now, back before the time of the light bearers, there was just man, right? And in the society of men, there were multiple city-states. And at the time that Dura gave magic to humans, which is its own thing that we won't jump into right now, they started warring with the gods, which is called the Era of Man-Gods, or also known as the Age of Arcana. And in order to keep them from overpowering the gods, because they basically were... Oh, no, wait. I'm ahead of myself. Hold on. Dura gave magic to... Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Hold on. Slow down. Dura gave magic to men. And with magic, they became extremely powerful. Maybe I didn't get ahead of myself. I think maybe I did say that. Okay, so I didn't. All right, I think I had said that. But let me make sure. Dura gave magic to humans for reasons that I will cover in other stuff. And then with that powerful magic, humans decided that they could be as strong as the gods or stronger. And they began a war with the Celestials. Which I don't blame them. The Celestials are, you know, dickheads a lot of the time. Now, in this war, they might have actually won if the Celestials had not gotten crafty and decided that something needed to be done. So they sent... Well, they were looking for who had an idea for WTF to do. And Anai, the god of death, volunteered that he could trick them into believing, well, it doesn't matter what, although I will tell you in a moment, but he said that he could trick them into fighting one another so that they would no longer be fighting with the Celestials, and then they would collapse of their own volition and greed, as is the human way. And the gods said, sure, do it. we want to see it. Sounds great. Anai, of course, was the god of death, but also a supreme being as Dura. He's Dura's equal, right? In the very beginning, there was Honus and Lutos. Honus created worlds. Lutos destroyed them and sent things towards chaos. It was the embodiment of chaos. Honus was the creator. Honus created Esperia. And in Esperia, two further beings that were incarnations of life and death evolved. They came into being. Those two beings representing life and death on Esperia were Dura and Anai. So Anai is very much sort of superior to the Celestials because the Celestial beings came a bit later. But also feels a little bit kind of like, I think he's always, they talk about how he feels like a little bit, I can't think of the word, sidelined or like diminished. There's a better word for it, but so he volunteers that he can trick humans. And so he convinces humans that they can live forever. All they got to do is create a means of there's a magical way to do it, but I can't tell you what the secret is. You'll have to find it yourself, kind of thing. And they end up fighting with one another, and their search for the ability to live forever leads them to create the Ya, which is the ancient ancestors of Maulers and Wilders. No, you didn't, Ruble. That can't be. You're already in chapter 56. Well done. Okay, so that's kind of we've set the stage now. So Anai tricks humans into fighting each other in this world of the city-states, where they are all fighting with one another, which was called the Cinder War, is the term for that time period of history. There's a dude who leads one of the city-states named Quatum, okay? Now we've come full circle, everybody. Full circle. So, Quatum, I'm not sure which, Quatum, I don't know. He was very much, I always think of him as basically kind of like a Hitler figure. He was very much like a leader who was willing to just completely execute and murder everybody who wasn't his own people, with like no qualms about it. I will lead you to glory. Let's get rid of the rest of them. And he creates this magical device that is supposed to be it's a bomb, essentially, to destroy all of their neighboring city-states. But oopsie, he sets it off, and it goes off in his own place, which is called, by the way, allow me to find the name. Quatum. Belvale. Yes, the Belvale disaster. At the time, Belvale was one of the many divided city-states, the leader of which was Quatum. He conducted a colossal magic ritual in an attempt to annihilate all the neighboring enemy forces in one decisive blow. He generated a monstrous sandstorm, there you go, the sheer scale of which blotted out the sun, intending to bury his victims and wipe them from the face of the earth. However, he lost control of the magic in the middle of the ritual, and the rogue sandstorm inexorably turned back into Bellvale. Overnight, the once precipitous Bellvale, I forgot it was a sandstorm, the once prosperous Bellvale was submerged in choking yellow sand and reduced to a lifeless desert. It would later become known as the Savage Wastes. Oh, that's right. I knew it did, but I forgot that he is actually the reason that it's sand. That is such a cool detail. Ah, I love getting back out the history book for things. This is great, you guys. Okay. So, the Savage Wastes. Man, oh man. Talk about full circle moment. We're about to go there in Journey. There's going to be artifacts from the Bellvale disaster. If I betcha, or there could be. How about this? There should be. As an elite mage, Quatum survived the disaster itself by virtue of his formidable magical prowess. However, the effort had left him utterly exhausted, so he was unable to even whisper a defensive spell when the enemy mages and soldiers came for him. While they quickly condemned him to death, still they tortured him miserably for months on end, prolonging his inevitable demise in the most excruciating fashion. The twin agonies of both physical and mental suffering filled Quatum's soul with unimaginable resentment, sowing the seeds of his future rule over the world of the dead. And this here ties everything together. You guys ready for this? The Cinder War between mortals raged for over 4 centuries. Good God, 4 centuries of war. Yeah, wouldn't it, Vintage? That'd be so neat. 4 centuries. I didn't remember that detail either. My God, man. 400 years of war between the city-states. Oh, thank you. Okay. Raged for over 4 centuries, but never could any one side claim true victory. As each party in the conflict consumed all their resources, they were left unable to afford even one more campaign, and ultimately sued for peace. The protracted war had wrought irreparable damage to the world of mortals. Hold on, let me turn the light up in here. It's a little dark. Of course. my ring light just busted. You guys, this day. One sec. Okay. Nothing that a little duct tape can't fix for the rest of the stream, right? I know. Well, you know what it is, right? It's because the Vulcan interview is about to drop, and I'm finally going to be able to afford to replace all this shit. That's the positive I'm trying to look at, right? Is hopefully it means that good things are finally here for the struggling streamer artist. Shit's falling apart because things are going the right way. You know what I mean? Okay. I can hear tape crinkling, but I think it's gonna hold for now, and if it doesn't, you know, we'll just give her a little pause again. Okay. And in fairness, it's been duct taped. Okay, this is not new. Hey Nick, I am. How are you? All right, back to it, friends. The Bellvale disaster and the death of Quatum is where we were. We just finished that, in fact. And now, oh, that's right. This is the section that's going to bring the whole of today into focus for you, everybody. And by everything, I mean all the things. I literally mean the upcoming Mauler Desert and the requests for Bantus lore and the AFK Arena Dragon lore, Dragonspeak and Dragonic, which is what's just hit AFK Arena. It's like this really exciting new expansion that we're going to be doing all summer, I believe, which just started 2 days ago, where dragons have now entered the world. For my Journey friends and followers who don't maybe follow AFK Arena at all, that's where we're at now. Dragons have officially landed back in Esperia. They were here the whole time. They just have re-emerged basically, and we just got an Awoken dragon. It's actually a light bearer hero that was turns out a dragon the whole time, and even she didn't know. Which I think is just so cool that Gwyneth was a dragon this whole time. I think it's just so neat. And a bunch of other dragons that we're learning all this lore on piece by piece over the next several weeks and months. So, all that gonna come together in one beautiful moment right here. Okay, so the Cinder War raged for over 4 centuries. The Bellvale disaster was a giant sandstorm, such a cool detail that Quatum conjured, and in doing so lost control of the magic. The ritual, what did it say? The ritual... He lost control of the magic in the middle of the ritual, right. And the rogue sandstorm inexorably turned back to Bellvale. Overnight, the once prosperous Bellvale was submerged in choking yellow sand and reduced to a lifeless desert. It would later become known as the Savage Wastes. The Cinder War raged for over 4 centuries, right, and then Quatum was tortured and eventually finally killed after his soul was filled with unimaginable resentment. As each party of the Cinder War consumed all their resources, they finally had to sue for peace because everybody spent everything they had on the war, and they were like, well, shit, now we can't even afford to eat or feed our kids. I guess we have to stop fighting. That's really what happened. The protracted war had brought irreparable damage to the world of mortals. For the centuries the war raged, mortals who had mastered magic had indiscriminately blasted destructive spells without restraint. Devastation had been wreaked upon the land. Cities were engulfed by floods, ancient forests turned to ash, and those wondrous edifices of which mankind was once so proud were ignominiously toppled. Before long, not ignominiously, were once so, and those wondrous edifices of which mankind was once so proud were ignominiously toppled. Whew, ignominiously. Man, I love it. I want to see AI come up with that, right? Before long, nowhere in Hathor was left unscathed by these apocalyptic scenes. A heavy toll. Hathor is the continent, by the way. A heavy toll was inflicted by war on the elite mages. As their number declined, the magic they mastered began to be forgotten. Eventually, the divine script and the dragon tongue were all but erased from humanity's collective knowledge. This once glorious magical civilization, though not yet truly fallen, was implacably decaying and declining. Wow. Implacably. Implacably? I don't know, it's a C. It looks like it wouldn't be a hard one, but okay. Decaying and declining. Dragons, too, were further casualties of the Cinder War. Ridden aloft by mages in combat, they had been driven close to extinction. The few that remained sought refuge, hiding in underground caverns and deep forests, settling into a long hibernation. Dragons are advanced beings, able to go without rest for extended periods of time, but once they sleep, they can lie dormant for centuries. And it came to pass that a celestial spirit named Tassi was born from the slumber of the dragons, becoming the guardian of the dream world and drifting through the dreams of all of Esperia's living beings. So, oh, that's awesome, man. So yeah, that's great, Nick. We're glad to have you, man. It's an incredible game. I obviously have a lot of time and energy invested into it. So if you got questions, this is the place. Although Sunday mornings is sort of lore hour, so in-game questions, I will answer 1,000,000 of them for you after we're done with Esperia Chronicles, which will be like, another hour and a half, something like that. Although if you got questions and you want to, you're welcome to ask questions in chat, by the way, and other people can answer them for you. I'm gonna be doing reading, is all I'm trying to say. But please ask away. Go for it. I'll get to them later if they're not quick. Okay, so all those things put together, guys. So the Cinder War, basically humans rode dragons into near extinction. So dragons had to go away, they created a massive explosion to kill one another that backfired or a massive sandstorm to kill one another that backfired and covered the land into a desert, which would become where the Maulers spent lots of where the Maulers moved to, and we will be going there in the coming weeks. It literally ties into both of them. And Quatum was created, who, well, he already existed, but he became this undead creature being that ended up creating most of the Graveborn, including Thoren and Thorin's Empire of the Undead. All three things, bam, 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 in one idea. Now, let's keep going with the Bantus thoughts, though. Let me get to the actual Bantus. Oh, also, this is important. Let me read this next little snippet here, since we're here already. So that event and that time period of dragons retiring for the time being, and humans suing for peace and all that. That marks essentially year one in the Esperian calendar. That is and of course, leave it to the light bearers to mark year one from the creation of their temple, and they do. That's a very human thing to do, isn't it? Not like we would start our calendar from, I don't know, maybe the death of a famous guy who is purportedly related to our day, to one of the most common deities in current human existence. So I love that they have things like that in Esperia lore. It makes it feel so much more lived in, the way that they write. They just create these worlds, this world using all of these relatable ideas, but also set amongst fantasy. It's just this wonderfully realistic fantasy world hybrid. They do such a nice job of it. So following the Cinder War, the surviving humans were faced with the shattered remnants of their ruined world. They began to repent, confessing in penitence their arrogant abuse of magic and flagrant impiety. They prayed for forgiveness from the gods, and it was Dura alone who answered their pleas. Using her divine power, she rejuvenated the humans' lifeless home, turning parched farmland fertile once more, and safeguarding the remaining mortals' survival. These vestiges of humanity were grateful for Dura's selflessness and forgiveness of past transgressions. Some, especially devout believers, scavenged bricks and tiles from the devastation to build a rudimentary sanctuary to worship Dura. And this tiny sanctuary built amongst the ruins of the wars of hundreds of years and the mistakes of humans past, became the very first Light-Bearer Temple. Now, despite the conclusion of the centuries-long Cinder War, no respite was forthcoming for humans as a new catastrophe was looming. As people were enlightened to the real nature of the fraudulent mortal alchemy, they began to revile the god of death's insidious treachery. Although envious of Dura, Anai's bitter jealousy could not be contained when he saw how he was spurned, yet she was embraced by humanity. His malice bubbled and bottled over until his toxic negativity manifested itself through his divine power as a torrent of hypogeans. Those created by this primary deity of Esperia were far more potent than those manifested through the petty evils and ills of mere mortals. Driven by an innate lust for carnage, the higher order Hypogeans assembled the lower ones. Now we know the lower ones as Hypofiends. They called them Hypofiends in Journey. So now we're talking about the difference between Hypogeans and Hypofiends. And Hypogeans came from a Nai's. So the idea that Hypogeans in general, as a giant species, are created from the bitter negative feelings that beings have towards one another or towards things or what just like all of the negative, that hate in your heart will manifest as a hypofiend for a human, but in the god Anai, in the creator of much of the world, right? Dura is technically the creator and Anai is the god of death, but really it's the two of them that walk all beings around the infinite circle of time. The wheel is always turning, and neither of them is particularly beginning or ending anything. They're just walking whatever the subject is along the path of the wheel. That's me sort of paraphrasing a bit more of the descriptions of the two. So Anai, when he got hateful jealousy inside him, as it said, a torrent of Hypogeans of the first order, of the most supreme levels of power and hatefulness and let's see, far more potent than those manifested from the petty evils and ills of mere mortals. And that's where we get the powerful Hypogeans from. That's where we get the Rainers and the Burials from. Some humans chose a policy of appeasement, seeking to avoid conflict entirely, while others treacherously turned their backs on their fellow humans and became complicit with the enemy. Under the lightning advance of the Hypogeans, key locations quickly fell one after the other. Now, let me change this background too. We can... yes. Symmetric sin. Love that. So the humans being choosing a policy of appeasement rather than to avoid the conflict entirely. There were still those who refused to sit by and meekly wait for death. Ancelot, a young warrior, was elected by the faithful of the Lightbearer Temple and entrusted with a sacred mission. A born leader, charming and charismatic, he succeeded in reuniting humanity and established a new order, the Lightbearer Empire. The fractured human race rose once more, united under one banner. This fledgling empire, forged through crisis, staggered, but held fast as it was born from the ashes of a broken world. And that's how we get Lightbearers. Now, fast forward quite a bit. And I talked about this some on the lore channel, but the way that Quatum came back was, well, we can read it. We'll just read it, because it rolls right into Thoren. Let me find the page. How am I doing so far, guys? You having a good time, at least? All right. Isn't it? I'm sorry, I took a couple bites of my lunch. Mmm. Speaking of hypofiends, there's some wandering around the place. Okay. Quatum returns. Anai, the god of death, had renounced his divinity after being consumed by envy, before vanishing without a trace. The world of the dead had therefore been left unsupervised, and now some of the departed souls who had previously been deep in their eternal slumber were beginning to stir. One after another awakened, each filled with remembrance of the world of the living and a longing to return. Among them was Quatum. Oh, that's just so neat. Okay, hold on. Let me process that real quick. So, Anai just dipped. He got really envious of how people worshipped Dura. He felt left out. He was, I think I've called it mopey before, I think is a fairly it's a fair term for an eye. And in his mope, he abandoned his post, abandoned ship. And without a god of death there ushering people to, I'm not sure it says where. I guess he's not necessarily ushering them. I'm thinking of more like a Hades with ushering, but he's just overseeing their eternal slumber, apparently. It says, yeah, souls who had been previously deep in their eternal slumber were beginning to stir. And without him, you got undead souls waking up and remembering their lives and being like, holy Dura, I need to get back up there. I got babies and revenge to do. I got to do some revenge. Some revenge needs doing. One after another, each filled with remembrance of the world of the living and a longing to return. Among them was Quatum, the elite mage who was tortured to death following the Bellevale disaster. Oh, okay, get this, guys. So, Quatum made use of his vast arcane knowledge, preserved even in death, intending to first comprehend and then interfere with the laws of the world of the dead. The sheer force of the resentment he bore prior to his death augmented his power in this realm, and eventually, Epiphany struck. He ascertained how to penetrate the threshold between life and death, and succeeded in returning, undead, to the world of the living. Once restored in this form... I lost my spine. Once restored in this form to the mortal realm, he began his research into the necromantic arts. Hey, Bama, welcome. So, once he was undead and brought himself back, by the way, he started looking into necromancy. Kind of makes sense, being an undead mage and all, that necromancy would be of interest to the young man. Actually, I don't know how old he was. I'd be curious to know. I like the idea of Quatum as kind of a young guy. Of course, you guys know what you get if you take the neck out of necromancy arts, right? Necromantic arts, sorry. You guys know what you get if you take the neck out of necromantic arts, right? Romantic arts. Mama. Oh, now I thought this went right on, but it goes into the Wilders here. The Wilders at the same time, or well, no, a little bit later, apparently, are founding the Wind Whisperers. And then we move on to... Okay. After a century of studying the dark art of necromancy. So that, oh, by the way, year-wise, that was... that's cool, Bama. That's cool, man. Glad to have you. Glad to have you here, buddy. This is my mod, guys. Bama was my first chatter and fan, and quickly became the mod for AFK with DangerGrey over a year ago now. when I started. Okay. Okay, so so the Quatum returning to the world was in the year 262. The Bellevale disaster was, of course, in give you guys a bit of a timeline here. Ah, 242 BCE, before Common Era. And so about 500 years later, he makes it back up to the Soifis. I'm a numbers guy, so I like to always kind of get a real sense of the length of things. Same way as when I do ascensions, you'll see me. I like to go in and see exactly how much HP we're gaining, or when I upgrade gear. It's just the hyper nerd in me. Ah, here we are. Okay, so 500 years later, he comes back. Then about another 160 years go by of him studying necromancy. Okay. After over a century of studying the dark art of necromancy, Quatum had uncovered even more about the laws governing the world of the dead, even gaining the power to harness the grievances of the deceased for his own ends. Oof. What a bad dude. The power of resentment that pervaded the world of the dead like a bitter miasma. Ooh, miasma. Was entirely now at his disposal. He forged a pact with those graveborn in the world of the dead who yearned for rebirth. That's why I think that's where the term graveborn comes from, is because they were born again while already in the grave. I have to assume. That's what I take away from all of this goings on. There may be, I'm sure there's probably more material exactly on it from like Dolly's Corner or something that we can dig out. I'll do some searching this week, and I'll do a follow-up next weekend. Okay. He forged a pact with those graveborn in the world of the dead who yearned for rebirth, simultaneously satisfying their wishes while turning them obedient to his every whim. Quatum was gradually assuming control of the world of the dead, filling the power vacuum in the wake of Anai's abdication. He had absolute authority over the souls that dwelt within. Hey, Zirio! Zurio Dasu! Nice to see you. He had absolute authority over the souls that dwelt within, and became known to these deceased denizens as the Rot Reaper. And I believe you'll find that my gear the mage gear. Oh. Oh no, it's on my other account. Hold on, let's swap over to it. Perfect timing. So we can tie this into Journey. These are my two accounts, by the way. Anybody who's new, entirely free to play. I started on PTR about a year ago, a little over actually at this point, I think. Okay. came to known as these deceased denizens as the Rot Reaper. Meanwhile, Quatum was also spreading knowledge of necromancy across the mortal realm. A few mortals took to studying necromancy's secrets, using this forbidden knowledge to revive those who had died. Oof. Those resurrected by necromancy are no longer bound by the bonds of life and death, no longer respect the laws of nature, and are almost immortal. Almost. Yet the spirits of the undead are bursting with deep, indelible resentment, which robs them of restraint and compels them to attack living creatures. Let us not forget, too, the cohort of Hypogeans still roaming. It's a funny way to say this. Let us not forget, too, the cohort of Hypogeans still roaming Esperia following the conclusion of the first Hypogean War. While few in number and posing little threat, their fundamental nature still drove them to evil deeds. Their existence led to the emergence of specialists, martial hunters who'd stalked and eradicated Graveborns, Hypogeans, and other dark creatures across all of Esperia. These specialists were known as Witchers. Ever fight a Witcher? Did you guys know that Geralt is in AFK Arena as a crossover? I can't wait till we get our first crossovers in Journey. It's gonna be so rad. I wonder who it'll be, but the crossover characters in AFK Journey are gonna be so fun. If they do them, they may not do them. It's a little different to do a whole 3D model. Not that it's hard in any way, just like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. The vibe's a little different because you've got real narrative going on, I think. So I could see a world in which they don't do that, basically. They probably still will. Hopefully they still will do crossovers. I don't know. Have they said they're going to? That's the kind of thing you would be aware of, Bama. Have you heard any announcements regarding dimensionals for Journey? Seen anything about it? What I wanted to do here was pull up. Yeah, here we go. Quatum's Claws, the Crow Book. Oh, this is neat. What's this called? The Astral Staff. Okay, so let's start with Quatum's Claws. Quatum, the Rot Reaper, ruled the world of the dead. His successor created this pair of mage gauntlets in imitation of Quatum's unique equipment. They make an already powerful magic surge even more, and the strong even stronger. And we have Quatum's Cloak. While it can greatly augment a mage's power, only the strongest will be able to control it. Interesting. It's got chains on it. It's kind of dope. I'd love to see this equipment. You know what I mean? I'd love to be able to see it on... I guess it would have to be on our heroes because we're not the ones who wear it. But boy, would it be cool. I'm sure they will do. It'd be so cool to see, you know, like, I don't know, famous pieces of gear on people, right? You like see them walking around and you're like, oh man, he's got Quatum's robe, like classic EverQuest, like gear thirsting. but you can actually visually see it. Oh man, that would be so neat. I really hope they do something like that. Okay. Now we've got... Let us not forget, too, the cohort of Hypogeans still roaming. Ah, yes, their existence led to the emergence of specialists. Earning a commission for their trouble, soon their activities spread to every corner of the land, and they became known as the bounty hunters. This was the profession not without considerable attendant danger. So in order to share both information and risk, the bounty hunters banded together to form the organization known officially as the Renegade Brotherhood. Okay. Meanwhile, in Bantus, the Renegade Brotherhood and the Heresy Inquisition, launched by the Lightbearer Temple around this same time, as belief in necromancy and dark... I guess we'll start. So we were talking about how necromancy was spreading, which we're building up towards Bantus. I promise. This is all plays in. Yeah, I completely agree, Kova. I'd much rather see them keep going with new characters, but I guess I used to hate crossovers, to be honest, but I kind of came to accept them as like that's just how it is. Because I can be kind of a purist with lore stuff, so like for a while when I first started playing, I loathed it. But now I've come to just sort of not only accept it, but embrace it because, you know, life's easier if you can, if you can. So, I've tried to like them and get amped. And also, I mean, I was genuinely amped about the Witcher crossover. It was the one that like really did get me pretty excited. So, and I use them all the time too. Geralt and Yennefer are in my core TS teams. Geralt actually goes really well into the as the front partner with Awoken Chimera. Any of you AFK Arena players, if you have a built-out Geralt, I use him as my frontliner with Chimera, and he's great. He's better than a lot of the ones that people tell you to use. Anywho, I'm with you. I'd love to see more new characters for sure. I guess I've just sort of, like I said, I've started thinking like it's gonna happen. The question is when. Okay, so we've now got the Heresy Inquisition as belief in necromancy, dark magic, and even Hypogean worship festered and grew. Many mortals strayed from the teachings of the divine light. As people abandoned their Lightbearer temple, their authority of the temple was gradually undermined. Well, we can't have that. In order to reinforce their divine authority, the temple adopted a zero-tolerance approach towards all things it considered heretical. Thus, the Heresy Inquisition was established. A secret organization within the temple tasked with tracking down, arresting, and punishing those tainted by dark arts and heretical beliefs. The Inquisition is made up of protectors of souls and Blade Master nuns who practice strict self-discipline, chastity, and humility, and live ascetic lives of complete restraint. They also act as fixers for the Lightbearer Temple able and willing to get their hands a little dirty. The Eldritch Council is established year 495. So Quatum returns in 260. The Renegade Brotherhood is founded 150 years later. Hold on. Oh, I see how it all factors in. Okay, I was wondering how that tied into the Renegade Brotherhood, but because people were starting to study necromancy, thanks to Quatum pushing necromancy into people's life. He was pushing all of those who he raised up to also study, not all of them, but he was pushing necromancy study all around the world, like from the shadows. And that was why the Bounty Hunters Guild was established, which is known as the Renegade Brotherhood, which Muriel belongs to, by the way. But that was before she became an absolute waifu whore. Now she just about that magister. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, baby. But there was a time, and there may yet be still,
Don't worry. My flames will never hurt you.
where Muriel belonged to the Renegade Brotherhood, I believe. She's certainly a bounty hunter and travels with Fox and Rain and Fox, who are two of our best known heroes that belong to it. And by the way, where they were talking just there about the Inquisition and the Blade Master nuns, that is Cecilia from AFK Arena, not, of course, to be confused with Cecia. That is Cecilia, is a Blade Master nun. You know, I don't recall Muriel's story, but we should, let me pull it up. I'll keep doing the Quatum reading, but I would love to get into do Muriel's story, or we could break from Quatum for a minute and Bantus and read her story. But let me see if we have it. I think I do. Either way, we should do it this morning. Oh, you know what? We don't, because, as I recall, I think their stories were identical to the ones from AFK Arena. I think that was the deal. All the crossover heroes. I don't think there's any crossover heroes on here, actually. On the drive. Yeah, I don't see any AFK Arena heroes on here. Huh. That's cool. Yeah, and I remember Brutus's story was the same as the one from AFK Arena. I remember checking them back and forth and being like, oh, yep, this is the same. That's cool. Cool. Okay, well, no Muriel story to read then. I mean, we can do it later. We could do the one from AFK Arena, but I imagine it's I think they're fairly brief, the ones of the, I could be wrong about that. But the stories of so she's a food hero in AFK Arena, by the way. Anyone that doesn't play, Muriel and Sylvina and Niru are all what we call food heroes, or heroes that basically they're acorns. They're literally only ever used as acorns in that game. There's never a time that you fight with any of them. They are just acorns. Which is a wonderful way to trivialize them. Now that I get to say it, having said it, it's perfect, really. Okay. Now, 495, 50 years after the Inquisition is established, the Eldritch Council is established. The Renegade Brotherhood and the Heresy Inquisition launched a massive suppression campaign against all Graveborn and Necromancers. This led Quatum to realize that the Graveborn were still powerful enough to truly compete with the living. Oh, still not, sorry. This led Quatum to, I was like, that doesn't make sense. This led Quatum to realize that the Graveborn were still not powerful enough to truly compete with the living. Thus, circumstances dictated that keeping a low profile and falling dormant until opportunity arose was the best option. And so it was that Quatum established the Eldritch Council, summoning 3 of his inner circle as council elders, aiming to rein in the behavior of the Graveborn and Necromancers. The Eldritch Council is a mysterious organization, unknown to the outside world and feared by the Graveborn themselves. They are something of a thorn in Thoran's side. Aside from the council, although the I kind of have to hold the book a little funny to get the mic right here is the problem. Although the council stays hidden behind the scenes, it exercises tremendous authority. It acts as the representative of Quatum, the Rot Reaper, covertly influencing the affairs of the Graveborns. The Linu people, who inhabited the western regions of Hathor, were originally fierce, martial, and nomadic. This is the year 562. They resolved all disputes or grievances through force and, in this respect at least, the Linu were similar to their neighbors, the Maulers. Later, the various tribes of the Linu unified through the war. They built immense fortresses surrounded by strong walls, thus establishing the kingdom of Bantus. Bantus founds year 723. Bantus founds a school of the dead, and Quatum's forces infiltrate its empire. Although the Linu people took steps on the path towards civilization, after the establishment of their kingdom, their warlike nature was still very much deeply rooted. The whole country had been an inextricable relationship with death, which was reflected in the customs and beliefs of the people who dwelt therein. Death was almost an obsession of the Linu people in their newfound kingdom, permeating every aspect of society. And again, that was stemming from their warlike nature, which was deeply rooted in their society and cultures before they moved inside the walls of a quote-unquote modern society. This misinterpretation of the Linu worshipped death and believed that perishing in battle was the ultimate honor, while death by natural causes was an unthinkable shame. So, classic Viking lore there, huh? That's exactly the belief held by Vikings. Not all Vikings, but a lot of Vikings believed that dying old and in bed was an embarrassment, and that the only way to make it to Valhalla was to die in combat. So too did the Linu people. The misinterpretation of and abnormal value placed on death influenced Bantus in many ways. For example, while the ruling class saw fit to educate their subjects, it was an education steeped? It was an education steeped solely in war, battle, and bloodshed. Since its very inception, the kingdom had incessantly waged antagonistic war with the outside world, with military expansion and the founding principle of the nation. In order to motivate the population to willingly and gleefully participate in war, their rulers preached this belief of glory in death, thereby further fueling their hostile nature. The whole country was kept under harsh, ruthless military control, with practically every industry devoted to preparing for war. There were no limits, no taboos, and only increasing favorable ways to promote war. To gain any and all edges in battle, the military not only stepped but leaped over the boundaries of morality and ethics, using inhumane weapons and magic with reckless abandon. It was therefore inevitable that the abhorrent study and implementation of necromancy would become the rule rather than the exception within Bantus. This was just the opportunity for which Lord Quatum, the Rot Reaper, had been waiting. For centuries, he had patiently watched the Linu from the shadows, charting their evolution from disparate, bloodthirsty nomads into a fearsome, coherent kingdom. When they began to experiment with necromancy, he activated his countless sleeper agents, those necromancers preaching the doctrine of death, who had already infiltrated the kingdom unbeknownst to its people. They permeated all levels of Bantus society, patiently biding their time and waiting for the signal. Okay, sorry, just trying to find where the next section is here that applies to what we're doing. All right. They permeated all levels of Bantus society, patiently biding their time and waiting for the signal. Bantus, already possessed of a fixation with death, easily became a haven for the spread of necromancy, which proliferated across the land with breathtaking speed. Bantus even established a special academy for the study of necromancy, the School of the Dead, thus marking the moment that Quatum's power truly overwhelmed Bantus. So the founding of the School of the Dead, that seems like a reasonable event to capstone that. It's just so cool, isn't it? It's just such neat lore. It's so well done. And like, I really, really hope that they turn to this kind of good writing for the future installments of content and not, you know, AI like the Tales. Okay, we have reached the Thoren section of the Bantus info. And now y'all understand, hopefully, a lot more about the history that, and now you'll understand, like, what created Thoren. Like, now you really can understand his character, knowing all that background info to it. Just take a 20-second Diet Coke break. Questions? Anyone got questions? Oh, guys, you know what is today? This is a big moment, totally unrelated to lore, but that 2 temporal essence there. I gotta hit the record button on this one. Check it out. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it's real. The 14 has the exclamation on it. Oh baby. Okay. This has been months in the making. The free-to-play 4-star Merrily. Oh man. So her attack is, wait, let me see what her attack's gonna go to just without even that. I'm just curious. 241. I wonder if we'll even notice it, but we're gonna notice this part though. Wow. Wow. And now, of course, if I wanted, I could spend these to get her up. But I think this only goes to Oh, does it? I thought it only took effect. I thought the red ones only really took effect in PvP, but I guess they ditched that way of doing things. Huh. The red, well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we'll get back to lore now, but... Let's just run this one time. Yeah, long time coven. Yeah, see, we didn't even set a record with our first pull. Because it would have said, you know, new damage this round or whatever. Jeez. Seasoning Kawhi at 67. All right. Back to it. So they've established the School of the Dead in the year 723. Quatum returns in 262 after 500 years as a dead. He returns, then almost exactly 500 years. No, yeah, yes, almost 500 years after that. Now, top side, he establishes a School of the Dead in Bantus. The year 204 years later from that, we get Thoren. And you guys will love this because, well, you'll see. Thoren, I always enjoy telling people this part, that Thoren was not a bad dude in life. In life, Thoren was actually like a benevolent king, if anything. He really was. Like, Thoren put in the work to try and make Bantus a better place. And then along came Quatum, basically, playing on resentments. Not all citizens of Bantus turned a blind eye to the sinister direction in which the kingdom was heading. While there had been no dearth of insightful leaders, none had the courage or will to effect change until Thoren took the throne. He was a true visionary who realized the negative effects that his country's aberrant policies and customs were having on his people. He understood that only by ceasing the constant warfare and showing some benevolence to his people could he guarantee the survival of his kingdom. He therefore advocated for implementing a series of substantial societal reforms. He promoted a peaceful foreign policy, committing to reconciling with neighboring kingdoms and ending feuds that had lasted for generations. By actively avoiding external conflicts, military spending dramatically dropped, which in turn lessened the tax burden on the citizens. But the real reason he was adored by his people was that his policies allowed so many soldiers who had otherwise expected to die on a bloody battlefield far from home to return to their families. At the same time, Thoren acknowledged the malign influence that necromancy had over his people and banned it completely from the kingdom. The people of Bantus finally felt a spark of renewed hope for themselves and for their kingdom. Thoren could not have been blind to the fact that such comprehensive reforms, affecting as they did the interests of many individuals, would come with significant threat. The hawkish aristocracy, constantly advocating war, the merchants who profiteered on the back of the bloodshed and carnage, and the necromancers, who felt the dominion of their dark art was creeping closer every day. These groups all regarded Thoren as an enemy. As tensions and dissatisfied grumblings grew, a cabal of the ruling class began plotting Thoren's removal, secretly supporting and funding Thoren's own brother, Edwin. They staged a coup during a court banquet. Thoren was struck down in the chaos. Trying to decide if we should read this section first or this. Yeah, we'll do the storybook for this version first, and then we'll pull some of the other resources into it. Okay. Thoren was struck down in the chaos, as was his loyal bodyguard, Grazul, who perished protecting his beloved king. As he was lingering in the limbo between life and death, Quatum's voice seemed to ring in Grazul's ears. Hearing of a way to avenge his king, Grazul formed a pact with Quatum, being hence reborn a murderous graveborn knight. Rising up, he slew every rebel present, single-handedly, including the conniving usurper Edwin himself, before taking his leave of the palace with his king's lifeless corpse. In truth, all of this had been carefully planned by Quatum. His next step was to leverage Grazul's patriotism against him, convincing him that the people needed their king and inducing him to resurrect Thoren through necromancy. So it was that Thoren, benevolent in life, was overcome by the resentment by his... Yes, so it was that Thoren, benevolent in life, was overcome with resentment by his betrayal and rebirth, and became the vengeful and suspicious fallen king. His noble soul, forever corrupted, has served Quatum faithfully ever since. Okay. Finally, we may as well finish with what happened here to Bantis in the end. The bloody coup, which took place in the year 998, reminiscence. Regarding reminiscence, I know we've got people way past that. I don't know about being on 369, but I can take a peek at it in a minute if you'd like. We can run over there and see what we've got. I mean, I don't know if you don't have any records. Is that the deal? Okay. So the murder of Thoren was in the year 998. 4 years later, in the year 1002, the bloody court coup had completely eliminated the kingdom's last chance of survival. As both the king and his traitorous brother perished in the pandemonium, Bantus quickly plunged into leaderless chaos. With no clear ruler to replace Thoren, vicious infighting between the remaining political factions commenced over the vacant throne. Internal conflict was soon followed by trouble from abroad. Sensing weakness, neighboring kingdoms seized the opportunity to invade from all sides and advance upon the capital. Seeking to carve up this once unconquerable kingdom, with no unified force to stop them, their armies slowly made their way toward the capital. The entire empire was fragmented, the kingdom was broken, and the people's spark of hope had been brutally snuffed out when they learned of their beloved king's demise and transformation into a graveborn. The people were no doubt in fear as to the fate of their kingdom, and could merely brace for the impending end. This was also part of Quatum's plans, as he deeply understood the fragility of the human spirit. This was also part of Quatum's plans. He deeply understood the fragility of the human spirit. He knew that when faced with disaster, or in extreme fear, despair, or hopelessness, mortals lose their reason and turn toward the supernatural for succor and comfort. Ain't that the truth? This was the perfect time for wickedness to make inroads into the human heart. Quatum's followers began to publicly preach their doctrine of death and nihilism, further spreading forlorn fatalism among the desperate populace. With nowhere else to turn, the people reverted to their worship of death and eternal nothingness. Gradually, more and more people began to worship Quatum. In the years of ongoing civil unrest that followed, the rulers of Bantus changed several times, and political factions were frequently reshuffled. Facing frequent foreign invasion, the kingdom's generals, who had long ago lost their backbone, were reluctant to fight. Continuous defeats in battle and overwhelming foreign forces broke the kingdom's military, and the invaders prevailed in reaching the walls of the capital. Bantus was on the brink of collapse. The desperate masses, driven into madness, were ready to welcome death and accept Lord Quatum's promised rebirth. Meanwhile, the scant few who had yet to lose their sanity could only pray helplessly to the absent gods. Just as the capital was about to be breached, Thoran, the fallen king, reappeared. Having wandered in exile for many years, he had returned with a terrifying legion of Graveborn at his back, furiously charging at the enemy. While the foreign forces lacked not for strength, they were but flesh and blood mortals, for whose hearts the sight of so many undead before them were filled with an unrestrained horror. Even more versatile was the fact that the Graveborn were nigh unkillable. Nearly, means nearly. Wounds that would have felled a mortal had no discernible effect on their relentless advance. Terrified and demoralized, the invaders were quickly broken. The kingdom's surviving mortals looked upon their Graveborn saviors, and their reverence for necromancy and undead was forever sealed. Yes. Worship me. Throwing wide the city gates, they rushed out to join in the wanton slaughter of their would-be conquerors. With the invaders routed and expelled, the fallen King Thoren once again ascended to the throne. But it was the same... Oh, but it was the name of... Oh, okay. Sometimes there's typos in the book, you guys. It's not just hard to read in this font with my work in the mic. It's actually also, there's like rampant typos, which is fine. With the invaders routed and expelled, the fallen King Thoren once again ascended to the throne. But it was in the name of Quatum which he ruled, forcing all surviving mortals to make a pact of undeath with his master, aka Quatum. So, okay, cool. Yeah, there's this whole next section as well on the Court of Terror, which is how Thoren like ruled. Wicked. Okay, cool. We'll do this next section as well. Yeah, let me drink a bit more caffeine here really quick. And I'll show our friend Reminiscence here. If we have any replays for you, brother. And then we'll do this next section here on the Court of Terror, and then we will move on to looking at some of the dragon lore the lore of Esperia that we know about dragons, which will be relevant for the upcoming. I think they're gonna do that pretty quickly in Journey too. I see them bringing maybe not the faction itself, but I could see them talking about dragons. There's been a couple things that made me think of it in Journey in the side quests. This last time that I was doing them, I don't remember. It was, I think, well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I could see them doing that in Journey too, pretty soon. Doing some stuff to do with the dragons. Okay, let's oh wait, really? Wait. Looks like it said yeah, level up heroes, really? I don't think I'm that close. No, not even remotely. I didn't think so. Ba, 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 ba. $49, eh? Okay. Trial of Abyss. And you wanted... Oh, yeah, I guess I can't go look at it, can I? No. You can't go... I can't go up that far. That's kind of lame. I can't just go look at that floor for you. Sorry about it. I could ask if anyone's around there. I don't mind asking, but you're kind of needle in a haystack there, but we can find out. Collect. This is Season, by the way. I think the oh no, that wasn't, but the other one was, I think. Season, I think, changed her name to something like this. I don't know what it is exactly. But that looks kind of like what I remember her. She made it. Someone stole Season's name on PTR. I can't believe it. I'm not sure how. Oh, right, because of the colored name. Yeah, her name was like somehow became blue, and I don't remember what the exact deal is, but someone literally thieved her name from her, and a couple of other like iterations that she's known to use as well. Like they're like really trying to steal from us. It's just so I don't know why you do that to somebody. It's so shitty. So yeah, look. This is the real season. The realness. And I have no idea if that's the name we just saw. Wait, let's take a look. There, that. And and yeah, totally. That's her. I knew it. I forget what it means. She told me. Okay. I got them, yeah, Bama, but those are great ones to share again. Thanks, man. Reminiscence. Should I know who that is? I can't think of who you are in game. I'm sorry if I should know. I need to push Abyss Floor. Well, need is a strong word. But I should push some Abyss Floors soon too. On this account, but what I need to do today actually is I haven't done AFK stages for a number of days because I've been doing other stuff. So I'm way behind on AFK stages now. I'm still only at like 730. So I could probably push at least 100 floors just like without doing anything else. So I think that's what I'm gonna do after we're done with lore stuff today, is just push AFK stages on global. I need to do a bit of honor duel too before the reset. I'm currently at well, I haven't looked today, but as of the evening yesterday, I was like 150, but I wanted to maybe get into top 100 if I could. I don't know how many wins that would be before resets, but I would like to, in theory, be able to do that. Oh, okay. No worries, Reminiscence. When you said Seraph, I was wondering if you were one of our guys or something. That's all. You're all important. Of course you're important. Anybody trying to big brain stuff is important. Analytica is more than just a guild. It is. It's you know, it's a community. First and foremost, Analytica is a community, actually. Ah. Okay, let's see if I can do something with my fancy free to whale merrily. And then I'll read some Court of Terror stuff. Let me get back to the what works here, which I recall is more of the my boy Shakir and Kruger situation. I think this is still just about the best way to do this fight. Yeah, I didn't realize they changed. I mean, I probably read it, but I had forgotten that the red emblems are no longer just a PvP thing, that they affect the real game as well. But I guess maybe it's not anything. It's just stats now, and like they're not very big. I don't know. I'm not sure if it would be. I doubt that it would be worth putting them into Merrily. I doubt that you'd see much of a difference just from stats. But I guess anything's possible. Damn. Yeah, but did you notice a difference between 15 and 20? Or did you not even stop? Because if there's a noticeable difference between 15 and 20, I'll do it. I want my fucking nightmare cape again. I have my nightmare cape all of one time. I finally broke into the top 10 on PTR 1. Literally the day that they merged all the servers together was the day that I broke into the top 10 Dream Realm. And it was a glorious 7 days of my nightmare cloak. It suits me so well. It matches my eyes, and I need it back, basically. I mean, it's a little embarrassing, but nothing else really gets their color right. So, there, I said it, okay? Yeah, I mean, there's also the fact that the odds of me getting anyone else to 4 stars for a very long time are so small that by the time I do, I could have the red keys restocked. So there's that way to look at it. I used to have Cassidy plus 10. I thought I wouldn't miss it, but I do actually. I may end up putting her back there. The other thing is I've been debating doing anything more to my Rainer, because I could buy 4 copies of him right now, which is almost enough to S plus him. I need 6 more, I guess, but I could get like 4 right now, and I'd be close to a 5th, I think. So I could do at least 2 even, just to supreme the man, but what I'm thinking I might do is whenever I pull his copy from the All Heroes, because I don't have it yet, that maybe I'll get 1 more and supreme him and kind of call it a day there for that small little stat upgrade that would give. Yeah, I mean, pretty frustrating here. There's not much more I can even do besides RNG. This sucks. For the 66.6. Vatra's there. Well, Vatra's not free to play though. Kappa's right here. Good for Kappa. Pretty sure Kappa's free to play with me. Yeah, I am getting closer to Paragons. Just like the idea of Paragons even, you know. I got a Carolina yesterday. Okay, let's get back to lore before we get back into the game, guys. So I will get back to Court of Terror here now. Thank you for the break for me. I needed to get my head out of the book for a second and recaffeinate because I am still not caught up on sleep. Ugh. I mean, you know we got to do it, guys. We have to. I don't know what else I'm going to do with them. Let's just do it. It's so small. It's so crazy small. Who cares? Fuck yeah. Why not? Fuck yeah. 5-star. Free to whaling. Oh god, it goes up to, that's right. How many, what is that, 6 stars? Does it go to 6 stars now? Jeez. That seems a bit much. So I just spent how many? I just spent 125. Yeah, that's reasonable. That's not even, that's like about half of what I had, a little bit more, but that's cool. I'm cool with that. I don't think I'm going to spend more though. Let's see if I notice a difference. Yeah, I had the plus 10 Cassidy, so it might be something I get back into. I do kind of miss it, like I said. I was way too quick with spending all the temp essence when they reset everything for us. There's not that many that I regret, really. Igor is one of them, although I've found a wonderful use for him in Arena now, so I've made it work. I put him to plus 10 like right before reading the section about how they had fucked with his gravestones and now he wasn't nearly as good as he used to be. And I was like, God damn it, no. So that's, 45 temporal essence I'll never get back. But most of mine are a very reasonable plus 8. Hey, that was like a slow ascendancy right to where we had been. So actually, I think I do see a difference. So, plus she's got 5 stars on her, which is kind of just fun and silly. All right, let's do these reads now. Okay, the Court of Terror. Literally right before the door opened, before you came out. Okay. After taking over the capital of Bantus, Thoran established undead rule centered on the Court of Terror. This was based at the site of the former council chamber, where previous Bantus rulers had attended to their affairs of state. Since claiming Bantus in the name of the fallen king, Thoran was once again ruling from the palace's council chamber. But one thing was now very different. Thoran no longer led with kindness and compassion, but instead with a cold iron fist. He was nothing but an undead despot, cruel and tyrannical on behalf of himself and his master Quatum's so-called lasting peace. I resent that remark. Well, if the shoe fits, Thoran, we will make them pay. As if demarcating between his two periods on the throne, Thoran renamed his halls of his governance the Court of Terror. The Court of Terror was comprised of a number of scheming, sinister, graveborn counselors who assisted Thoran in his madness and despotic rule. Should any graveborn dare defy him, they would find themselves promptly dispatched to the Black Prison, a terrible place of torture and agony, where their souls would suffer unspeakable torment. With the establishment of the Court of Terror and the Black Prison, Thoran's grip on power was further consolidated and amplified. Not only did he desire dominion over all undead, but even turned his dread gaze on the Lightbearer Empire. Ooh, I like that. Dread gaze. Very cool. He wanted nothing more than to transform the Shining Empire into another barren land of undead, grievous souls. Rebellion was brewing in Thoran's tyranny by the year 1008. In order to escape his oppressive regime, a number of aggrieved graveborn fled the capital of the isolated, for the isolated island of the Banished. Those who settled on the island, claiming it as their place of refuge, called themselves the Tainted. Unlike the graveborn who desired and pursued everlasting life, the Tainted regarded their undead state as a terrible curse. Desperate for a way to finally rest in peace, they searched tirelessly for a means to reverse this loathed curse. A 100 years passed, and finally, gaining a foothold in the wasteland remnants of the kingdom of Bantis, allowed the Graveborn to become a serious rival power to the Lightbearer Empire. The year 1102 was pivotal. At Quatum's behest, Thoran commanded Grizzul to lead an exploratory attack on the Lightbearers. The assault would take place at the Blackwoods, one of the Lightbearer Empire's most remote border territories. The garrison stationed there was completely unable to withstand the Graveborn advance and was overrun in short order. Retreating, They requested aid from other garrisons in nearby towns and cities, which quickly mobilized their troops and enlisted additional young, strong locals to provide border support. It was at this time that a skilled surgeon named Nehru was conscripted into the army as a field medic. Oh. Whose forced contact with the undead led to a shift in his perceptions of life and death. Let's go harvest together. Locked in a bitter stalemate, the Lightbearers dispatched a cadre of clerics skilled in wielding the power of the divine light to reinforce the front lines. Divine light, protect me! The divine light, inherently antithetical to all undead beings, is their natural nemesis. So the addition of these clerics managed to break the impasse and tip the scales in the Lightbearers' favor. The Graveborn army was forced to withdraw in defeat from the Blackwoods. This failure, however, made Thoren realize that the cost of conquering the Lightbearer Empire by force alone was too steep. Thus, he decided on a different approach: to covertly and infiltrate and spread the doctrine of necromancy throughout Lightbearer lands. Okay. What's PTR Arena defense like? I don't know what people do who aren't me. In fact, I have not really looked at I don't even remember what I have set up as defense. Apparently this. Yeah, I don't know what people tend to do. I guess, let's see here. Although it looks like I'm only losing to people that are like way, way heavier accounts. Well, maybe not way. Let's see. Some paragons here, but I guess, yeah, these are some pretty big heroes. This guy isn't. Well, no, they're just well placed. Oh, he's got Paragon Iron. I'm wrong. Yep. Yeah, it looks like I'm only really losing to people like that. So it's not terrible what I have set up. But yeah, so what do formations look like for defense? Good question. I can show you by doing some attacks while I also dig through here and find the Dragonspeak section I wanted to take a look at. So what I do with my attack is actually the exact same thing that I do on global, but it's way more effective. Well, actually, they're both very effective. That's not true. They're both extremely effective, but here I can do it even better because I have the heroes to do so, right? So I have 21. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And this guy falls short. So yeah, I have 21 Supreme Plus here. You can see them all right there. And it's kind of a personal goal to be the first free-to-play with a Paragon hero. So I'm like really, really hoping that I catch a couple lucky cards here soon, because people are starting to catch up to me a little bit. But let me show you what I do here. So it's like I said, it's like almost exactly the same thing that I do on global, but I do a team with Shakir and Raynor, where I send Shakir over to the other side to fuck shit up. And what I've adapted that into is also using Sylvina. I've been using Sylvina the whole time. Now, well, since I got her to Supreme Plus, I started using her. But I have added Igor to it just last week, and it's this brutal like third hit to the whole thing. It really, really completes the whole thing. I used to do it with Cecia, which works really well, but it also in some ways leaves you vulnerable to her. If I do the swap and it doesn't quite go the way that I want it to, then it can mess everything up. But there's like less RNG loss here with Igor, it feels like, because I'm not open to having her sit around back here and maybe be susceptible to stuff. Because then it doesn't matter if I kill what I move over here. I'm mostly just traveling to start the killing in the backfield, and then I work my way to whatever I sent over here. Whereas the other way, I needed to make sure that what it was died. Let's do this with... Yeah. Yeah, I want to make sure that Hewin gets stabbed there. There we go. Since I can't put Thoran on Sylvina, I like to put him on Shakir then. I'm not sure if there's a appendix in this history book or not, but there definitely should be. Yeah, I don't think so. That's a shame. Come on. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Fucking Damien, are you serious? Ugh. Drives me nuts with that shit. It's so frustrating. That beefed up Damien is really, really a pain in the ass. I am looking for the Dragonspeak section, by the way, y'all. Yeah, ours is a lot of Damien and Iron, basically, and Igor. I don't have Damien up high enough yet. We could almost... Yeah, that'll work. Let me check also the... Boo. Wow, should have gone with Rowan. I always underestimate how much damage that's gonna do. I want him again. Where's Barb? I want to give him one more time. I like to do this swap with Rowan if possible, where possible. Yeah, it's really effective like that. Okay, I unearthed some of this Draconic lore here. Where's the? I can never find that link to the AFK Arena website that has the Dolly's Corners and all the like all the world, the history stuff. There's like a I forget what it's called. There's like an online history book, and whenever I lose the link, I like, oh, this might be it. Can never find it again. What's up, VJ? BD? VJ BD, remind me what your in-game name is. Okay, let me read what I have here anyway. I'll do more searching for it in a minute. Whoops. This one might be a reach, but I kind of want to try it. Okay. Return of the Draconis. Or actually, let's start with the in-game page first. Or not in-game, but the history book page first. Victory. Okay. It's like a mere blip. It's all I could find in the actual history book. I mean, yeah, it's like barely worth reading, but what it is life and death in Esperia were the domains of Dura and Anai, who ensured... Oh, no, wait. Esperia is but one of myriad worlds created. In this world, 2 further incarnations of pure will were born, to represent life and death in Esperia. These 2 incarnations gradually became personified as the 2 primary gods, Dura and Anai. Much later, Esperia's first higher beings appeared. These included some lesser deities and the Draconids, and were followed by mortal beings, among which are counted humans and dwarves. Life and death in Esperia, yeah, and then the rest is... Oh. Life and death in Esperia were the domains of Dura and Anai, who ensured that all living things traversed the wheel of life in an orderly rotation. The lesser deities attended to their own divine duties, too, helping to keep the world of Esperia revolving. Around the same time, in order to quell natural disasters on Esperia triggered by the disorder of chaotic elements, Dura created the first 5 elemental guardians at the Bastion of Elements, the place whence Honus had fashioned Esperia. She decreed them agents of nature's will and charged them to harmonize nature with elemental balance. Okay. So now we move on to... The return of the Draconis. Right, because we know that the dragons left after the era of man-gods, when humans had harnessed them and ridden them for their own warmongering purposes to fight the gods, and then the dragons were like, yo, I'm out of here. I read that section earlier today. So after that moment, eventually they have come back for their kind of triumphant return here in the current plot lines. So let's see, is that where we... Yeah, that's probably right. I feel better about swapping with Arden and leaving Raynor and Igor to kill Arden than I do about having them kill Carolina. But I could be mistaken about that. We'll see. Return of the Draconis. The Hypogeans have invaded, plunging Esperia in the throes of a crisis. On the battlefield, the legendary dragons suddenly emerged in aid of the Lightbearer Empire. and together they fought off the Hypogeans. As the Draconis descended on the realm, a mysterious past is unraveling. Once the lords of the sky and equals to the gods, the Draconis commanded great reverence from the mortals. However, thirsting for more control of the land, the mortals deciphered the source of the Draconis' power, Dragonspeak, and enslaved the mighty creatures. With the help of the goddess Dura, the Draconis retreated to an island far from the chaos and hid there for 1,000 years. They made a pact with Dura that should any crisis befall Esperia, in the future they would come forth and help. Now that the Hypogeans have invaded, which is the current era that we've been in, the Draconis have returned, joining forces with the mortals to defend the realm against evil. The purity of bloodlines is an important status symbol for the Draconis. Highborn dragons are the dominant clan in the Draconis faction. The Draconis are not potent breeders and have a longer growth cycle. After the Cinder War, the number of dragons was hugely decimated, causing the Draconis to treasure every single one of their suffering kind. Within the faction, personal fights are strictly prohibited, and harming a fellow dragon is considered an abominable sin. When moving about in the realm, the dragons usually take their humanoid form to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Due to their longevity and extended youth, the Draconis can appear youthful longer in their human forms. In times of danger, humanoid highborn dragons can transform into dragons with sky-shattering abilities from the ancient powers in their bloodline. Even the Dragolite, whose bloodline is diluted, maybe the Dragolite, I think that might be it. They're like Dragolite, right? The diluted bloodlines, Dragonlight. Even the Dragolite, like, whose bloodline is diluted, can exhibit formidable might as a draconian. Dum dum dum. Da-dum. Awakening the bloodline. Having grown to a certain age, a dragon hatchling goes through a bloodline awakening, during which it is unable to hide its dragon features like horns and scales, even in humanoid form. After the awakening, a draconian can conceal its dragon features as desired, to look like any other human and easily hide in plain sight in their midst. However, many proud dragons see the features on their as their pride and retain them even in human form. I believe specifically that means the horns and scales, but hard to say. Dragonspeak magic. Dragonspeak magic is the source of the Draconis' power and contains world-destroying might. The better a Draconian understands and masters Dragonspeak, the stronger it is. Dragonspeak magic was once controlled by humans who used it to exploit and enslave the Draconis. To prevent history from repeating itself, the Draconis established a monitoring agency to maintain the almost utmost secrecy of Dragonspeak itself. Okay. I need a real quick bio, guys. I'm just gonna hit the bathroom really fast. I'll be right back. And we're back. All right, so I did some more looking and a bit of soul searching on this. I thought there was a bit more dragon stuff in the book. I think I'm gonna table the dragon stuff until next weekend. Any further, I mean, we just did a decent amount there, but
Do you love me?
I think we'll look more at the dragons next weekend, and I want to move on to the Mauler, some Mauler stuff for Journey, for Song of Strife coming up, so that we get to cover that before I pass out because I'm so tired. Because I want to do some playing today too, on the stream. Plus, I have to finish that, the actual lore video. So, let's jump into some of the Maulers, Scorched Desert kind of stuff, and do that here for the home stretch of today's lore. And usually we'd be probably done by now, but I had so much technical difficulties this morning. I wanted to make sure that we covered thoroughly all the stuff that I had said I wanted to cover today. I've really enjoyed doing all the Bantus stuff with you guys. I always relearn stuff every time we do them. That's why I like revisiting topics. Once I have a certain amount of people that have asked about something, then then I'll go back to it. I'm starting to fall into that kind of a groove here. It's kind of a learn as you go thing, running a lore show. So, yeah, let's do it. Hey, the Bernie. Move your butt, Bernie. Go on. Would you? Chihuahua's trying to take my seat. Right. Anybody know who the chieftain of the Maulers is? I do. I'm just wondering if any of you guys do. No, Sugar Cookie is not the chieftain of the Maulers. And neither is it Brutus. But those are both good guesses, Johnny. No, the Bloodclaw is not the Mauler chieftain. Great questions. The Bloodclaw is like the protector of the of the tribe. It's like the tribe's or the Mauler sleeping hero that will awaken when it's this whole, it's like a role that like you take on and you're called to. There's a lot of cool lore about the Bloodclaw actually, but you know, he's like the like ultimate superhero guardian. Bama Boy is correct. It's the chicken. Anasta, another good guess of Johnny, but no, it is Skrieth. It's the chicken. Yep. The chicken. So rude. Bama. No, Entendre is actually an exile. Entendre, as she tells you herself, right? As soon as you, as soon as you open her up, you know, I am Entendre, an exile, right? Yeah, no, it's Skrieth. Let me see if I can open it here. I can get AFK open here, I think. I'm gonna pull him up. I got you. Ugh, it has to update. Sorry, I would have it open already. Oh, I could have just done this, I guess. Here, check this out. There he is. I would say almost certainly. That's part of why I brought it up, Ferret. I don't know if he'll be playable yet, but I think he'll definitely be in this update. I have his story. Actually, I don't know if I ever published it. We did a reading of it, and we did a good reading of it, and I edited it, and I don't know if I ever posted it, though. I posted the, I don't think I did post it. I don't remember why. I posted the, Alaro story, which is one of my favorites. I love Alaro's story so much. He's the wilder who became a Mauler, which is just so cool, because there's Maulers who became wilders, but that makes sense because they become a pacifist. But wilder who always felt called to Maulerdom, or felt more at home in Maulerdom. He didn't become a carnivore, but he was a carnivore actually already, I believe. A carnivore. Yeah, anyway, he's super cool, Alaro is. So, this is Skrieth. Where's he at? Where's Chicken Daddy? Bird Daddy. Why don't I see Bird Daddy? There he is. Yeah. With the coolest outfit. Pimp Daddy Bird. I think those characters, I think one of them could be Alaro, maybe the lizard-looking one of the two. Maybe not Alaro himself, but someone like him. Let me find Alaro. I love Alaro so much. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be him. He's too, like, wily. But one of them reminded me of who is it then? It's not him. It reminded me of somebody. I love Alaro though. He's got a really cool story too. I think he's an eagle. But they don't go by those names, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like he's in the story as that. So and while we're here, let me check on Starzone. Oh, we're making a push. I gotta send out a guild mail real quick. The top team's at 0 income right now. No, they're both going to be new characters, I think. That's my suspicion. I don't think they're going to be existing characters at all. All right, let me pull some stuff out to read, guys. Let me just tell them one more thing here. I bet you they fell asleep because they thought they had it in hand. Yeah, look at that. Man, we can totally steal this win. They have 0 income per minute right now. Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be great?
Do you love me?
Saurus and Alaro? Yeah, interesting, because they're lizards, you mean? I mean, I don't know. That's a bit of a reach, I think. Not for Saurus, but for Alaro. I think he was happy to sneak into the Maulers faction, as I said. That was big enough for him. All right, let's do some of this Maulers reading. So we've got the Brutal Citadel. Dun, dun, dun. Satrana. Okay. Of all the Maulers, the Grand Chief possesses ultimate authority. Should disputes arise over water, pastures, hunting grounds, or other resources, the Grand Chief acts as both mediator and final arbiter. However, one such ruling left a warlord named Zamuhan disgruntled and resentful, vehemently disagreeing with the decision. Zamuhan led his men to where the Grand Chief resided on Chieftain's Peak, intending to seize power in a violent coup. After a vicious skirmish, the attackers were eventually repelled by the Grand Chieftain's bodyguards, the Blood Guard. Zanuhan led the remaining rebels into exile, where they turned to banditry and became known as the Quicksand Claws. This motley group of outlaws were armed and organized with the efficiency of a conventional army and were secretly financed by the Lightbearer Empire. Malneok, the Grand Chief at the time, was on an excursion when he was killed in an elaborately orchestrated assassination. The instigators of this plot, namely various military families headed by Lightbearer aristocrats, had paid off assassins within the Quicksand Claws. They also created the ideal circumstances in which to successfully carry out the assassination. Their aim was to increase civil conflict within the Maulers, reaping the benefits of their internal bickering and infighting, while simultaneously reducing their threat to the Empire's border defenses. As expected, the death of the Grand Chief created a power vacuum and set off a brutal chain reaction. Internal divisions between Maulers deepened and fractured, with clans descending into decades of civil war as a result. Furthermore, the leader of the Blood Guard was devastated by his failure to protect the Grand Chief. He never recovered from the shame of his perceived negligence, dying just 2 years later. Anoki, son of the former leader of the Blood Guard, had vowed to avenge his father's shame. He continued tenaciously investigating the assassination of the Grand Chief, while assembling his scattered Blood Guard comrades. One day, at the farthest reaches of the scorched expanse, he befriended a fellow falcon, Skrieth. Wait, did they just say Anoki was a fellow falcon? Is that what? That's what it says, but that's gotta be an error. Because this is Anoki. Unless, like, his mama was a falcon and his daddy was a bull. He befriended, maybe they just, I don't know, maybe they didn't mean it that way. Exile entendre. Yes, yes, Johnny, correct. Yeah, you can see it. You're a better man than I, man. I don't know, man. I don't see it. Oh man, you guys crack me up. I love Lore Day. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, my mind's eye. That's what was missing. Good work, bro. Okay, one day at the farthest reaches of the scorched expanse, he befriended a falcon. A fellow falcon named Skrieth. It was he who made Anoki realize that there was more to the assassination than first met the eye. Anoki and the Bloodguards is my new band name. But also, Anoki and the Bloodguards were impressed with Skrieth's foresight and wisdom, which also offered them renewed hope for the revival of the Maulers with the Bloodguards' support. With the Bloodguard's support, Skrieth was appointed Grand Chief, initially in a temporary capacity, and his first act was to quell the civil strife among the Maulers. This was also the year in which Thane and Baden enlisted in the army together at the same time. The pair subsequently assigned to the same barracks for training. Oh, baby. Yeah, it must be an error because the next page has an image of Anoki and Skrieth together. So they knew that he was not a bird. I think maybe a fellow Mauler who was a falcon, I think is what they meant. After defeat in the Battle of the Blackwoods over 5 centuries earlier, Thoren had turned to doctrinal infiltration of the Lightbearer Empire. Oh, he's trying different shit now. Also, when you a Graveborn, you live for 5 centuries like it ain't no thing. That's kind of cool. He had turned to doctrinal infiltration of the Lightbearer Empire. However, the large-scale spread of necromancy would prove difficult, given the common people's strength of faith in the divine light, and the Inquisition's active suppression of all forms of heresy. Man, you can't even be a heretic anymore. You know what I mean? They all up in our business. Government. Can't even get heretical up in here. Now, if I was theoretically heretical, would that be a problem? A falconer? Bama? I don't understand your suggestion there. The Inquisition's active suppression of all forms of heresy would prove difficult. However, despite these challenges, the doctrine of necromancy still managed to find limited favor within the nobility. It's a tough brand to push, not gonna lie. Some nobles, such as Vidan, sought immortality through necromancy, and thus became a covert supporter of the practice. He engaged in secret dealings with the Court of Terror, providing them with intelligence about the Empire in exchange for occult Graveborn knowledge. The Court of Terror was loath to expand its entire nation's power in a war with the Lightbearers. But so long as the Lightbearer Temple existed, the spread of necromancy would be hindered. Thus, the court planned to use others as surrogates, pawns to gain entry to the Lightbearer Empire. They were well aware that there was no love lost between the Lightbearers and the Maulers. With a catalog of feuds and a long history of conflict leading to irreconcilable hostility. Since the assassination of the previous Grand Chief, the Maulers had also been embroiled in a long, chaotic period of civil unrest. Such fragmentation and internal strife significantly weakened the Mauler forces, while the Lightbearers grew ever stronger. The Court of Terror wished to end the status quo and diminish the Lightbearers. So it was, at the behest of the Court of Terror, Baron Vidan agreed to send his adopted daughter, Sylvina, to assassinate Marquis Rain. Rayne, by the way. The Marquis. Not Raine. This is Ray. One of the most powerful families in all of Esperia. The Rain family. The Rain family was regarded as a cornerstone of the Lightbearer Empire. With a long and noble history of commanding the Empire's expeditionary force, the Guardians of Dawn. Marquis Rain's assassination would have dealt the Empire's military a significant blow. However, the plot not only failed, but Sylvina was severely wounded by the Marquis's personal guards. and ended up bleeding to death. Despite this failure, the Court of Terror did not cease scheming. They wished to intensify the hatred between the Maulers and the Lightbearers, with the aim of instigating all-out war. When this led to both sides being depleted, exhausted, and weakened, the Graveborn could then seize the opportunity to swoop in. Swoop! The court continued to view the Rain household as a priority. Baden, the most highly regarded of the younger Rains, was currently on active duty in the military. At the same time, those nobles who were secretly colluding with the Court of Terror, and who supported the doctrine of necromancy, had long since infiltrated every rank of the military. One such conspirator appeared to be Baden's superior officer. One day, Baden and his team were dispatched by this officer to carry out reconnaissance against the Maulers. But unbeknownst to Baden and his team, the mission was a trap orchestrated by the officer. Nothing more than a one-way journey to the afterlife. Blissfully unaware of the plot, Baden's team duly headed to the reconnaissance location, unknowingly approaching a Mauler ambush. However, the astute Baden finally noticed that something was amiss and advised his party to withdraw immediately. Unfortunately, his impetuous comrade Thane had advanced too rashly, allowing the enemy Maulers to encircle them. Thane's arm was severed by the enemy in the fierce battle, while Baden himself was killed as he heroically covered the team's retreat. For you guys that haven't played AFK Arena, Baden and Thane is the super hot couple that everybody was really excited about when they were unleashed on us a couple of summers ago, basically. It was like a really, really big deal. But they are an item. Baden's demise merely exacerbated the bitter hatred between the Rain household and the Maulers, sowing the seeds for all-out war between the Lightbearer Empire and the Maulers. Losing his arm forced Thane to retire from active military duty. During his convalescence, it became convinced that there was more to his comrade Baden's death than met the eye. He secretly initiated an investigation, and after some digging, realized that there was an elusive, insidious force present in the Empire that was intent on harming the House of Rain. Filled with unease and racked with remorse for his lost late friend, Thane traveled to the Rain estate and offered his service as a steward. This position allowed him to secretly watch over and offer protection to the Rains. In that same year, Skrieth, the newly appointed Grand Chief of the Maulers, tasked his blood guard with quelling the civil unrest amongst the many Mauler clans. However, few of the clan warlords were sufficiently impressed by this new Grand Chief, and so, despite the surface cessation of the infighting, grievances between clans remained unresolved. The stability was therefore incredibly fragile, with conflict the grievances between many Mauler clans remained unresolved. The stability was therefore incredibly fragile, with conflict constantly at risk of breaking out once more. Skrieth knew that truly uniting the Maulers required a common enemy, and this was plain. Undoubtedly, the Lightbearer Empire, with their continuing exploitation of the Mauler unrest, would be a worthy target. With this in mind, Skrieth convened the warlords of each clan and appealed to them to set aside their differences. Here we go. The House of Rain's loathing of the Maulers reached a breaking point after Baden's death. The king granted permission for the Rains to avenge Baden by launching an aggressive assault against the Maulers with their Guardians of Dawn. Every able-bodied Rain male was deployed, armed to the teeth, and marched alongside the Guardians of Dawn towards Mauler territory. But while they expected a foe comprised of divided ragtag groups, they were instead confronted by a united front, led by a new, far-sighted, and wise Grand Chief. At the same time, the nobles of the Empire, already colluding with the Court of Terror, took the initiative to approach Skrieth and inform him of the Guardians of Dawn's forces and planned attack route. When the Guardians of Dawn strode confidently into Mauler territory, they were met by an entirely unforeseen battle, the ferocity of which was unprecedented and is still sung of today. The Mauler preparations had been more than sufficient, and they possessed not just a surfeit of supplies and equipment, but also detailed inside knowledge of their enemies' movements. The Maulers had a distinct Hmm. The Maulers had a distinct advantage, and the Guardians of Dawn suffered heavy casualties in the surprise attack. Marquis Rain and all his sons fell in this disastrous battle, and almost half of the Guardians of Dawn were lost, including many outstanding men, such as Isolde. Shockwaves reverberated through the Empire when the news that every man of the House of Rain had been slaughtered reached the capital. Suddenly, the Empire was forced onto a defensive footing, with the Imperial garrison barely holding the border against the Mauler onslaught. It was during this time of crisis that Hogan, the general of the border forces, rose to the challenge and found fame for his achievements in defending the Empire. Oh. Monsignor Hogan. One year later, after every male of the House of Rain had been slain in battle, the Imperial nobles... One sec here. All right. Sorry, caffeine break. Screeth. Screeth. Why not? Okay. After every male of the House of Rain had been slain in battle, the Imperial nobles, colluding with the Court of Terror, still planned to eliminate every remaining member of the bloodline. The young, the old, women, and children, all were now targeted, with assassins deployed to infiltrate Rain Manor and exterminate them. You think the assassins, like, coordinated together, or, like, you think they just were like, I don't know if you're an assassin or if you live here and I should kill you, or they went on different days, like you take Tuesday, I'll take Thursday? It's an ambiguous sentence. However, the assassins did not anticipate the presence of such a skilled warrior as Thane, who single-handedly, literally, oh man, that's rich. Remember he had his arm severed earlier? Who single-handedly foiled the elaborate assassination attempt. Come on. Too good. It is no surprise that this was also the year when an almost inexhaustible volume of hate was being constantly generated by the full-scale war between the Lightbearers and the Maulers. You should have seen their social medias. This pervasive miasma of animosity resonated with the Hypogeans sealed deep within the barred gate, and the negativity served to augment their power and weaken the barriers that held them back. Tassi, the guardian of dreams, beheld an omen of the pervading evil within the dream world, and manifested in corporal form within the material world to inform the Wilder, Arden, of impending disaster. Wow. Okay, guys, this is huge. Hold on. This is really big. This is really, really cool and big. This is why you guys were hanging out. Okay. This could totally be part of the if Journey's getting big and bold, this could totally be part of the big Journey plot coming up. I don't know how badass Journey's getting, plot-wise, but I like to believe that we'll get them to that point eventually. But yeah, let's hold on. Let me go. This is really exciting, actually. This is really, really freaking cool. I forgot about this Tassi detail stuff. I barely have looked at this section of the story. I also realized that while we're doing some exploratory Mauler stuff, we could be pushing AFK stages. So, okay. So Thane was single-handedly foiling the assassination. It is no surprise that this was also the year when an almost inexhaustible volume of hate was being constantly generated by the full-scale war between the Lightbearers and the Maulers. Okay? Now, this pervasive miasma of animosity resonated with the Hypogeans, who were sealed deep within the Barred Gate. If you watched my intro to Journey lore, you know about it. Okay? It's a big deal. And I think could be part of our major plot lines. I think that's what we're headed to. That's what the 5th video is about, by the way, intro to Journey lore, which you'll get this week. Oh, as soon as I get I think the history is about done. I think I might actually even get it out tonight. So we'll see. But I think that's maybe what they were trying to do with this new chapter 4 they gave us in Journey. I think that it's supposedly, I don't know if they forgot it was called the Barred Gate or if they were trying to call it something else, but I'm pretty sure that they are like trying to imply that it's similar to the Barred Gate. And well, anyway, the Barred Gate is where the Hypogeans are all sealed up by Dura, which killed her, but she got him, and they're sealed up in another dimension, the entrance to which was like deep in a mountainside, right? So, oh right, Muriel has a shitty range. Forgot about that. It's not gonna work. Okay. Well, I can't do a tactical thing right now. I didn't know there was one there. I like this little clubhouse though. Isn't this neat? This little clubhouse. One sec, let me set this up in a way where we can just lightly monitor it. And we'll be able to just really dive back in there. Weird. Or Entendre in front? Or Smokey in front? No. Entendre. Who's up here? Oh, Brutus. Okay. Okay. I like that they're starting to have recommended ones again. It was only ever the other kind for me for a long time. Okay, I can fake the next one. That's fine. Rubel trying to say he beat me in campaign. That was disturbing today. I can't believe it. Where where am I on the world map, by the way, in AFK Arena? What's this? Ruined shipyard, but it's a desert. Weird. I guess it's not. That's like water there, huh? Are we on a beach? Yeah, look, it is. It's water. Oh, that's neat. It doesn't really look like it, but it is. Okay, well, we'll throw up some campaign maybe, just to have it running in the background. Okay. Thanks for patience, guys. Sorry. Multitasking and running the lore show longer than usual, but I really want to keep going with some of this because I think we can find the way that it ties. I think we're about to discover like a huge way that it ties in. I just have some things I got to get done before the resets. So, nothing without purpose. Wow. Didn't realize my Viperian was so strong. Heck yeah. Okay. Not quite. Yeah. Yeah, not quite. We throw Rowan in here, though. I think we're set. And on part 2, give me Brutus and Milady. And I think that'll do it. I don't want to swap the... Oh, that might be okay. All right. So, there's so much hate going on with the... Oh, nice, that worked. With the Lightbearer and Mauler battle, that they're birthing out hypogeans all over the place. Remember we talked about it way earlier today, how that's how hypogeans are created, is from the fears and negative feelings of resentment and hatred and stuff of mortals. Just in general, I think. I guess it doesn't have to be mortals, but I think primarily mortals. So with a giant war going on that's built along racial lines of hatred, how much like realistic world building sense doesn't it make that would create a whole bunch of hypogeans? That's so clever and like consistent, right? Consistency is everything in good fiction, and the fact that makes so much sense is so satisfying. That's such a satisfying plot line for me. Something that makes a lot of sense like that. I love it for making so much sense. It's just awesome to me. I can't get over it. That's so cool. So this pervasive miasma of animosity resonated with the hypogeans sealed deep within the barred gate, and the negativity served to augment their power and weaken the barriers that held them back. Tassi, the guardian of dreams, beheld an omen of the pervading evil within the dream world, and manifested in corporal form within the material world to inform the wilder Arden